Usoil.
Good morning, chat. What is happening? It's another day in the market. So, good morning, everyone. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, turn on post notification, share, and drop your pairs in the comment section. Let's all learn together.
Music
Tell me
licensing
what pair you are
reimagined.
trading, what your thoughts are on certain pairs, and how you are milking the market so that I would also be able to get some of your trades and also take some. So let's share the live. Um, let me share the live first on my own. Share the live. Share the link for others to also join, and let's see what we can do today. Um, okay. Let me share the live. Let's share the live. Turn on post notification. Drop our pairs. Subscriber goal for the year is to get 1K. So please help me get to my goal. Help me get to my 1K goal. Let me share the live and let's few people join, then we can few people join, then we can do something and look at how the markets. Share the live. They can't break me, no, never will. Street crown on my head, I'm made of steel. Street crown on my head, I'm made of steel. Guys, now what is happening? Let's make the live lively. So if you are new to the channel, share, like, subscribe, and turn on post notification. Let's do something for the day. So good. So yesterday we waited for this move the entire day, and then during the Asian session, 350 pips. So if I was to be active during that time, 350 pips, easy. you know. But I was not active, and we have to mix the buy. So we have to reanalyze and then find new entries for the day. But before that, let's share the live, like the live, and turn on our post notification. You know, um, first of all, before we go back to gold, because even without reanalyzing anything, we could see how we are just ranging, which means that the entire day we are going to be ranging, and we'll just get one move, and then that'll be all. Just like the way we were just making noise, and then one move. That was all for that day. The same concept, making noise. One move. We are done for the day. So similarly, after this move, we are surely going to just be making noise. And either we have one move down or one move up. Then we'll be done for the day. The overall target now, going to the 4 hour of gold. So now on the 4 hour, we could see that the 75 zone is still holding very well, which means that till now we've not had any breakout, right? So since we've not had any breakout, there's even a higher possibility than today we can tap the same buy zone again, right? We can easily tap this, 50-45 zone again, then we buy, because according to this new price action, any 4 hour close above this level, price should head to 3430, which is going to be almost 600 pips. And for this 600 pips to happen, we need some catalyst, either a news or something, and then we can have 600 pips before the week ends. Either than that, we can remain within this range for the entire week, right? So we just have to try and find a lower time frame and get something for the day. Let me share the live first. So let's share the live, like the live, and turn on our post notification so that we can reach I have to even put it on the screen. That's my yearly goal. I want to be able to get 1K subscribers before the year ends. Hopefully, and I'm praying for that. At least 1K subscribers. We are now at 354. So we still have almost 600 to 700, 650 subscribers to hit their level. So let's see if God will do it for me. And the only way to get that is if we share the live for others to also join and subscribe. Let's look at some currency pairs first of all before we start the day. Um, GBP AUD. We are almost done with this sell, which means that price will now find a movement from this zone. Either we break this area and drop all the way, or from here we'll just buy back. But the most important thing is we are in a range, and this month will definitely just close within this range. Pam, pam. So GBP AUD, what do we have? First of all, let's look at Forex Factory. What do we have today? Today being 26th of this month. So 12:30, we have USD. 2 p.m. we have consumer confidence. So from 12:30, that is New York section area, to 2 p.m. we'll surely be having some moves on gold. Perhaps during that time we break this level and start heading to 3,400, or we just drop back towards the 3,050. So that is all on at the news side. We have card at 6:30 p.m. By then I'll be offline, and then the Bank of Governor is speaking. Yeah, that's all for today. On the sentiment side, like we already know, this is all we do here on this channel. Quote reports coupled with pure technical, and we are gone. The technical side is very simple. Simple supply and demand zones, or simple support and resistance areas. We are not doing anything like we are drawing liquidity, we are drawing uh you know what no. Simple levels, simple pure price action. That is all, you know. So on the pound side, we could see here that um net position is still negative 25 compared to Australian dollar, which is negative 94. So it tells me that pound AUD is just going to be what? Buying. Any selling opportunity um is just going to be profit taking, or if we we are able to get the sales at the right place, then we'll benefit from the sale. But then it is just going to end up buying at the end of the day, the week, the month, the year. So on the weekly side, which is the net change, we still pound is still positive 13,000 against negative what 1,600. So pound, the in short term, pound AUD buy, pound New Zealand buy, pound card buy, pound uh, Swiss francs buy. But for pound Swiss francs, on the technical side, it is not buying due to uh, other factors, like the Swiss francs itself is one of the most strongest currencies, you know, in the world or in the market. So even though here you see the data telling you that uh, pound Swiss francs buy, technically it is not buying. So those are the exceptions that when you want to use code to report, those few exceptions are what you need to know. Something like pound, example is pound JPY, right? Pound JPY is telling us that what we should sell according to the data over here, right? But what is happening? Pound JPY is buying. Why is it buying? Because the Japanese yen fundamentally is, their economy is some way be, you know, they it is just buying. When you look at all JPY pairs, they are all buying. Even though the data here says that we should what uh we should sell. That is why anytime you are going to see a JPY pair selling, it sells very hard. Like whenever you go to the JPY pairs and then JPY yen. So for instance, when you are going to go to a JPY sales, you see that fundamentally it is supposed to be selling, but the technical is not supporting it due to economical factors. So anytime the sell is coming to happen, look at what happens. You are going to see something like this massive sell. So the sell will just come in very hard, then what all will be corrected again. And that is how the Japanese yen has been moving. It overall just what buys, but because of that fundamental selling in the market, whenever you look at the sales, you see that when you're able to catch a sell, it's not going to drop like 100 pips, 200. No, no, no. It drops like very hard. Like one daily candle can give you what 300 pips. In 2 days, you are making 600 pips. In let's say 3 days, you are making 800 pips. Why? Because fundamentally, the JPY is supposed to be selling, but due to other economical factors, it makes the pound on the technical side to look like it is weak. That is why if you just watch on a higher time frame, you will just see that what technically it's just been buying, right? Technically, we are just what buying. But anytime you are going to see sales, look at how the sales comes. Very big, right? So this one, look at all these sales within 1 week. Within 1 week, it can drop 1,000 pips. You see, within a week, it can drop 1,000 pips. So if you are in a buy and then for whatever reason the market decides to drop against you that day and you've not set any stop loss or anything like that, you are doomed. you know so on the technical side, it's just going to look like it is buying, buying, you see. So for a very long time, what do you see? You see so many years of buying, and when the sell starts, the sell does not take so many years. It just what drop like crazy. It will just because fundamentally that is how it is. You know, takes so many years to buy, and when the sellers are coming in the market, it drops so hard, so hard, so hard. Yeah. So this one, for instance, what is happening right now is, you see, for so many years, from since 2020, it's been buying, 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 right? What is going to happen? When the sale now want to start, you are going to see this type of sales where within few weeks or a month, you are seeing like 1,000 pips, 2,000 pips, like crazy drops, right? And this type of drops are just going to be triggered by some fundamental something. Maybe their Bank of Japan decided to, increase interest rate or drop interest rate or whatever. Then you start to see this type of crazy drops on the yen. And when you go through all the yen pairs, the same approach, you could see that all the yen pairs just looks like it is flying. All the yen pairs looks like it is flying. The same thing. But whenever the sales are about to happen, crazy sales, crazy sales. You see, so when let's say you are an active yen pair trader, some of these moves you can easily get it. But if you are not an active person, or maybe you don't really follow most of the fundamentals like this, most of these things, you're going to miss it. But on the flip side, as let's say a day trader or a swing trader, maybe your swing trading is not even like those swings that people hold for like a week, 2 3 weeks, a month, and all those things. Maybe your swing trade is just 2 days, 1 day, maybe 3 days, maximum a week. You should just stick to buying because that is what we are going to be seeing, right? You see these type of drops. These are daily drops. Within a week, you are dropping like almost 1,700 pips. You see, so it's just one of those things. So that is for yen. So fundamentally on the I don't know on the sentiment side, that is what uh, we have. So the exception is for Swiss francs and then JPY. They have other factors that kind of like supports them. But here you could see that pound, you know, AUD buy, pound New Zealand buy, pound card buy, uh, pound dollar buy. When it comes to the euro, the same thing. Euro AUD buy, Euro NZD buy, Euro card buy, Euro USD buy, um, and like that, And from here, you can even find cross pairs. Maybe you want to trade something like uh, maybe AUD New Zealand or AUD NZD. According to this AUD NZD over here, according to this data, simply tell me that AUD NZD should be looking for sales. So when I have this type of knowledge in my head, then I don't need to go to the charts and be saying I am looking for anything difficult than basic support and resistance level, because that is what the market moves on. You don't need to complicate anything. you know very simple. Like, let's say for instance, maybe I want to trade card JPY on the technical, on the over here. I know that what card JPY, according to the data, I should be selling, right? I should be selling. But on the technical side, it is buying. So I should stick to what? Rather what? Buying. How will I make this? How am I going to mark this chart? Very simple. All I can see is that what? Now we are in this range, right? And within this range, a lot of people are going to be having a lot of strategies. And here is liquidity. And this is the daily time frame anyways. And here is liquidity. Here is this. Here is that. Here, fine. It's everybody and what everybody is right when it comes to trading, right? But if I don't want to stress myself with this range that I've identified right now, all I need to do is to what? Put card JPY aside. And where am I going to trade? I am only interested in opening a buy trade over here. Or I if I see a selling opportunity over here, I open what? A sell trade. If we break above this entire zone, what do we have? Free move, which means that if I see a break of this level, a retest, this is a clean move. This, you don't need anything like you are finding liquidity, you are finding this, or no, it's just a straight up technical buy. You just get what? Any bullish confirmation over here. Then you open what? Buy. Free range, free 700 pips move. It's so simple. But now a lot of people are going to be within this range, this nasty range here, and be finding things and be doing things. And at the end of the day, you know Nothing, right? That is why it's good to trade multiple pairs. Sometimes when you have this um, data idea in your head, very simple. I have only two things I can do on the what card JPY. We are in a range, so at the bottom of this range, there's definitely going to be what a buying pressure, and this buying pressure, since we are in a range, can go all the way to what the top of the range. If it does not come here and decides to fly from here, where is going to be my next buy? Here, break of what the range. If it comes here and decided not to buy, and then I see enough selling evidence over here, sell, stop loss. I say stop loss, TP all the way down. So with these basic things, you see that you are not going to stress. You're not going to be learning any plenty, you know, writing, drawings. No. Just basic things, basic support and resistance, basic supply and demand zones. You are good to go, you know. So it is what it is. Like the same thing for gold. Like for gold right now, what do I have? I could see very well that what this entire market right now is just range, right? It's just range. So for me to still try and then find a range, a trade within this range on a normal time, before I open a trade, right? Normal trading, normal those that trade properly, that they have real capital, they are trading properly. They are not in gold right now, opening sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, like the way we are doing. It's very simple. This is a daily chart. They are just going to map the chart like this. They have this zone. Let me just remove everything. They have this zone, and then they have this zone. This is all they will have on their chart. And what are they going to wait for? Either price breaks above here. When the price breaks above, they'll wait for a retest. They'll open back. They are done. Or they are just going to wait for the price to tap what this low. Then they'll open what they are buy. They won't be stressing. But us, no. Look at what we are doing. We are on 5 minutes, 15 minutes, trying to trade all this, you know, noise. Why? Why? Because that is what we do, But at the end of the day, that is not like uh, any really proper way of actually even trading. But what can we do? You see, so like the same thing right now on GBP AUD. I know that GBP AUD I am buying. Why? Why? Because technically it is buying. Data also what match with the buying. The data is also saying we should buy. When I come to the the technical side, it is also saying that what I should buy. So we could see that fundamentally it is in line. Technically it is in line. So with this, all I need is to go and look for what support and resistance level and or supply and demand levels, right? And with this mapping, I've seen that what now the price is just what in a range. So 4 days ago when the price was here, I opened a sell, right? I opened some cells and I've even closed my cells. But here, this is how you can like swing trade positions easily without now thinking if like the sell is going to work or if so now here fundamentally it says that what I should buy. Technically it says that I should buy. But now on the daily we are in a range. So here as we are in a range, where is my buy area? If I want to look for a buying area to conform to everything, here is my buy area. and my TP is what at the top of the range. When the price breaks the top of the range, very simple, clean range, clean move, 600 pips. So when I see whatever that will happen over here with some time, when it breaks above, all I need to do is open my buy, TP all the way to this range. So within these 600 pips, I know that, oh, okay, 600 pips can take maybe few days. So when I open my buy, I am not going to maybe now go to a lower time frame, and whenever I see one red candle, then I'm panicking, right? Like this sell that I opened over here. Several times on the lower time frame, it looks like it is buying because we had several scalpers that are buying inside this sell, right? But where is the target? It is here. So this is how, like, if you have enough capital, you want to do proper swing trade, you just take a pair, like you find a clean range like this, you open your sell, you open your buy, you hold. You're not going to be on a lower time frame, and when you see one green candle, your heart is pounding. When you see one red candle, your heart is pounding. No, so with this right now, all I can say is that what this sell, I've missed what, or if I were not to be in this sell, I would have taken it like, okay, I've missed this sell. So I am not going to be here and try and be finding liquidity and be finding whatever. No, it's just very simple. I'll just wait to see price come here. When you come here, we are what? At the low of the range. When I see a buying opportunity, I open my buy. And I know that what? Once you see a buying opportunity over here, the target is going to be what? Top of the range. If the price did not come here and all of a sudden, just for no reason, it decided to what? Reverse from the middle of the range, right? If I'm not able to find an entry within here, all I need to do is what? Break, retest, buy. Simple. I'm not going to be, and this type of retest is just very simple. You just look for what? This type of patterns, this flag, I say flag. I've said this thing several times. Most of the times I am forgetting the name of the pattern, where we have like a move, a wedge, right? We have a move, and then you form something like a wedge, right? Then it will break and continue. So the same thing. So whenever you have like a break of this level, all you need is to what? Find a lower time frame wedge. Maybe since we are using a daily, you can use 1 hour to find what you definitely see a wedge forming here. You open buy, that you go and sit down and wait for what all that move to be. So with this, you realize that I am not going to be stressing myself, like, that is why when you are going to get a trade, you are going to get it right. Right? There are sometimes, like for instance, assuming I'm trading this pair 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it means that a whole 5 days, no trade for me. I'm not going to be, stressing it, be trying to, no, you know. And since data says pound AUD buy, pound NZD buy, pound card buy, then the same concept over here. After, find support and resistance, support and resistance, support and resistance, or supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand. Find demand zones, buy, find supply zones, try and sell. But most of the time, you can even ignore the sales. Why will you ignore the sales? Because the data says that what you should buy. So here you could see the same concept on the daily. On the daily, once we were able to break this level, we had what? Clean range, 500 pips, right? So with this, the time we broke this level, all we need is to go to lower time frame. And on the lower time frame, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hour, you will see what? Such patterns forming every time, which is what? A wedge. Impulse, then you have what? This wedge pattern. Then from here, you know that what? It is what? A short buy. So these things are just, the easiest way to trade. But, at the end of the day, so the same thing. What am I doing over here? Why am I expecting this? After this, I know that from here, the target is this range, right? And we were almost there. We were almost there. We did not really tap on it. And look at what is happening. The same thing, the same wedge. Now, inside this wedge is where you see people, and this one is liquidity. This one is this one is arbitration. This one, no, 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 no. This here, all I need to now do is what? We are forming what? A wedge. Once I see any 4-hour break of this wedge like this, that is a confirmation for me. But where is the stop loss? Below the wedge. Or if you even want to be a little bit this thing, you can just half of the wedge. So your stop loss can also be like half of the wedge. Then TP is what? This. So with this, I don't even need to, now be stressing myself. All that I need is to see any 4-hour break of this wedge right now. You open by TP is here. And if I want to be a little bit like to avoid maybe any sort of manipulation over here, then all I need to do is to put my stop loss at the appropriate place. Why? Technically, right? The pattern says that what, when you have a wedge and you break a wedge, the stop loss is what? The low of the wedge. So this is where the appropriate stop loss is supposed to be. But if maybe me, I look at it and be like, this stop loss is almost 120 pips, and maybe 120 pips is a little bit big for me, then I can now what? Just try and what? Half it, something like this. But when you do something like this, what it means is that you have violated what? The rule for this pattern. So when you are stopped out, you should know that, oh, okay, you are stopped out because you have violated the rule. Because the rule says that after the break, stop loss below the wedge TP, the next what? Zone, which is somewhere around here. So this is how the appropriate trade is supposed to be. And right now you could see that what? I am not seeing any break. So if I'm not seeing any break, all that I need is to what? Wait until I see what? A break. So I can just, if maybe I trade only this pair, or I trade only GBP NZD. Very simple. I am just going to wait until I see a wedge, which I see a breakout, which means that inside this move, several times we can be seeing something like this, right? And this one, it can even go all the way down. And when it begins to extend like this, you should know that what? We are coming back to some of these levels. And some of these levels will lead towards the breakout that we are expecting, So the trading is not difficult, but we are making it difficult. What is gold? So, like I said, you see now the price can choose to remain here and just be doing buy and sell the entire day. Then during the news time, maybe we'll see another spike again to maybe 3,400, 3,400, these areas, something like that. So here it's just very simple. 1, 2, 3. So what do we have here? Like this, right? And then we have this high, the 3,400 high. Then we have what? This noise happening over here. This noise happening over here. is being caused by this level, the 75 level. So now if I have this simple thing on my chart, I can only look for buying opportunities above 3380, where I what I will scalp, or I'll find quick entries within the lower time frame and expect that eventually we go there. Or I wait for the price to what come back to this 55 zone again. Then when it comes to that 55 zone again, then I look for it, buy, something like this, you know. So on gold, without even doing any detailed analysis, I can only look for buy. I am not looking for any sales. Here, the same thing that I showed on the GBP NZD. You see, when you break this level, this is what clean range, right? This is clean range. So when you successfully break this level, you find any sort of the same chart pattern, like any sort of wedge above here, clean buy, you know, clean buy. You are not going to be in and see a red candle and your heart is pounding, you know. So here you could see that what if I go on, let's be a 15 minutes, this was the 15-minute candle. We had this as if it was a break, right? Now on this break, this thing that looks like a break, we did not form what the wedge that I was talking about. So since we did not form that wedge, it only tells you that this is a fake breakout. And then what happened? Now, what is going to happen? A lot of people, after they see this, maybe after they see this huge breakout, depending on whatever strategy they are seeing, they'll open a buy from this, they'll open their buy just right from the breakout. And then they will be expecting what? The 3,400, right? And then now they will be in drawdown. But that one will depend on wherever they are setting their stop loss. If I want to open a buy right now, it's very simple. I could see that right now, you could see even on the 15 minutes, all that we are doing here is ranging. So when we break above the range and then we form any sort of wedge, you open a buy, take it to the upside. During the news time, this is how sometimes you can even trade news. During the news time, you could see that what we are in a range, and during the news time, the range is going to be what broken to one side by all means. So here you can easily set buy limit here and set what stop limit, stop sell limit here. So you can set buy limit here and sell limit here. And during the news time, one of them will be triggered. You see, one of them will by all means be triggered. And that is how you quickly make profit out of news. So now with this type of thing here, I don't have anything to do on gold. Even if I measure the range, which is like almost 100 pips, then this is where if I want to aggressively look for something just within this range, I can go to maybe 3 minutes. And on the 3 minutes, what do I need to do? If I see any rejection from here, I'll quickly open a buy. But this type of quickly trying to open a buy without any proper confirmation is just sort of, you're trying your luck, and if you had done it in the morning, you would have gotten a buy. And now that we are coming, when it comes, which means that around the 70-69 zone, right, using the 3 minutes, we can what try to open another buy again once we see any 3 minute candle closing here. So we can try to open a buy here, and then maybe set our stop loss just below this one, some 20 pips stop loss, and expect that what we come back here once again. So this is just what we can do. So they can break me, no, they never will. What is the overall target for GBP NZD from the bigger time frame? I feel like, not I feel like, according to the chart on the monthly time frame, this thing, if you go back to my January analysis, those when I started this YouTube weekly analysis thing, was this year. That was when the price was at where 2023, where is 2024, 2025, somewhere around here, 2.1. And I said that that time, that time, if you watch my uh, weekly analysis, from the beginning, not just from the beginning of this month, from the beginning of this year when the price was here, and I said that was GBP NZD, we are just going to be looking for more buying opportunities, and sticking to that buying opportunities alone, we would have gotten so many trades right. Now, at the current price, if we are able to clear this new high, the target for this pair is going to be what? The next round number, 2.5, which means that several times we can see sales, but our overall target is going to be what? At 2.5, which is here, So we are just going to be looking for buys. But how are we going to get those buys? Because we are not trading on that time frame. We just want to be looking for what? Simple patterns or simple break of levels, which is this. So now with this, after I see a breakout, open a buy, and where is my first TP? My first TP is within the yellow box, which is this completion of this free range, almost 320 pips. And where's stop loss going to be? Low of that level, almost 100 pips. So this is like 1:3, right? But there's no confirmation yet, so it means that several times we can see the price just doing this thing until we see a breakout, either than that. So like this, it just makes the trading a little bit easier, you know makes the trading a little bit easier. GBP card, you see, we are still just here. Data says we should buy. And what are some of the characteristics of buying? These things are just like one of those things, as you learn or you trade more, you begin to understand that one of the characteristics that, like for instance, you see a price that is in a range, right? And then we are at the top, which is the resistance of that range. And then you say, like, you have a price, you have your resistance here. Then fundamentally, you're supposed to buy. Technically, you're supposed to buy. And then the price is now at a resistance where it has dropped one. It has dropped one, two. And then the third time, instead of it to drop, it is just there, consolidating. When you begin to see these type of things are not uh, setups where you'll be saying you are finding liquidity, you are finding, no, these are just pure, this is what you call price action. They are the basic things that those that started the price action thing, they told us to do. So when you have a such level where we had first sell, then you had another sell, right? And then now you could see that each time you have a sell, this goes lower, this does not um exceed the previous low here. And then the third time, maybe you see another sell again doing something like this. Then the fourth time, this is what people are going to, oh, here is a resistance level or whatever. It is a sell zone, sell. Now, without considering how this level is holding. The third time, then you see something like this. Then after this, there are a lot of people that are in sales, right? Then you begin to see the price accumulate over here. This should tell you that what this is, what 100% trade of what a breakout. So you see a lot of people are in sales, and then when they open their sales here, they are going to put their stop loss, above or above the range, and expecting that, oh, because here sold previously, this time around it's going to sell again, so they will do something like this. And what are you going to see? Before you see, you are in profit. This ones you'll be in profit tomorrow. You're going to be in profit, maybe floating. You say that, oh, I'm in profit. Then before you see, for no reason, stop out. They've take you for they've take your money for vanishing, right? With this, when you identify something like this, these are trades that even if you're not going to be like actively on the chart, you can easily set a buy limit above this zone, because you know very well that when it breaks, it's just going to like break and then continue buying. You see, so you can easily use price action to do such a thing. So a typical example is this pair right now. When I go on a weekly, you could see that this pair GBP card, right? The data says that I should buy, and when I come to the chart to, yes, it is buying from since 2022. This thing has been buying, right? So the trend is our friend, so we want to continue the buy. When I zoom the chart, even if I take it to the highest time frame, you could see buys. Now with this buy over here, the only level that is stopping price from reaching 2.1, which is like this swing high on the monthly, is just this level. It's just this level, right? So, and on this level, you could see that even below this level on the monthly, what are we seeing? For the past 5 good months, we are just what, ranging here. This is a characteristics of what, buy. Because when we range here for a very long time, especially on the monthly, what we are going to see is that for no reason, some fundamentals will just come, or for some reason, and then you are going to see what, a huge breakout, you know, and this breakout is like almost 2000 pips. So when I have this thing in mind, it means that on a lower time frame, which is, let's say, daily or 4 hour, we could see on a weekly, how are we moving? Support and resistance level. You buy, is sold. You find support, you buy. You find support or you find demand, you buy. You find demand, you buy. You find demand, you buy. You find. And now, what can we see? After this range, it broke out, and then another range, it will also what, break out again. And I've said this thing to some the other time, just like there are some things in technical, they are just like basic knowledge, right? And one of those things is what, a range breakout. Whenever you see, let's say, a range like this, right? And then price is in this range for a very long time and decides to break to whichever side. If it breaks to the upside, if it breaks to the upside, let's say this here, and then finally the price breaks to the upside, the target for this breakout is what? The same pip count as the range, which means that if this range costs 800 pips and finally breaks out, the target is what? Next 800 pips. So with these things, there's nothing like you are finding liquidity, you are finding break off, or you know, is this is just pure price action. It is basic knowledge, or I won't say basic knowledge. It's not everybody that knows it, so I won't really say basic knowledge. But these are, when they say price action, price action, price action, these are the things that they are talking about. They are not talking about you drawing some line somewhere and saying that this one is liquidity, this one is this one is manipulation zone. No, 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 no. With this basic thing, so you could see after we're in this range for a very long time, the same knowledge. What did I say? The measurement of this range, right? We're in this range. So after the break of this range, with the same knowledge, you know the target is going to be what? The same pip count. This. You see? So these things are not rocket science. We're in this range for God knows how many weeks from August 2024 all the way to what? February 2025. When we finally broke out, you know that after the breakout, then the next target for the breakout is what? The same pip count as this range. If you follow just that simple technical or price action, you easily swing 700 pips. Now, we are in the same thing again. If it breaks out, where is going to be the target? The same thing, like this. You see. So right now, all that I am waiting for is what? Breakout. When it breaks out, you buy. What is going to be the target? The same pip count. Simple. But then now the problem is, how are you going to what? Get a trade? So that is where you go to a more lower time frame like this. Now I am waiting for this breakout to happen. And then on this level, I could see that the price is just what? Accumulating. Now with this, I will say that normally a lot of people, or normally you say that, oh, here is a sell zone because you saw here sold, right? Now here you see that what? Now a lot of people are going to start opening sales because we are in this level again, because that is what price action sells, historical price movement. So they are going to be opening sales again. But you could see how this thing has formed. The first sell went lower. The second one did not what? Exceed this one, and then just somewhere around here what it bought. So now what it means is that even if there should be any selling pressure, because today too we have news, we have card news, right? Even if during the news and the card gain a little bit strength and it decides to sell, that sell is never going to what? Exceed this previous sell. It is going to end within somewhere within this somewhere within here, and then from here it is going to what? Start buying again, and one of these buys will be the one that is going to what? Eventually just break out like that. You see, so if I want to track this pair, chinchina track it so that I'll be able to get my breakout, all I need to do is to follow simple things like the 4 hour. Here I have this zone that I said I want on the higher time frame should break out, and beneath this zone, what that we are seeing is what? Ranging. We are seeing a 4 hour range. With this, there's nothing like me drawing. I'm drawing liquidity, I'm drawing anything. All that I need to do right now is to what? Wait for what? Any 4 hour breakout. Now, this is the entire zone that what I want us to break out. And then we are forming a range beneath the zone, which means that on a 4 hour manipulation or whatever, the price can break here, tap here, Just when you think that, oh, that is the final breakout, it will drop back into this same zone again. Why? Because the level that it's supposed to break on the higher time frame is not this 4 hour, it is the entire of this 1.8850. So until the price breaks this 1.8850 several times, we can see a buy, then to drop back, go, then to drop back, go, and to drop back, but eventually going to fly. So the appropriate, like if I want to be, a bit technical, on it, then what I need to do is what? Very simple. I want to see this 4 hour range breaks, right? When the 4 hour breaks, that is going to give me like an impulse. Then what do I expect? I just want to see what my wedge pattern that I was talking about, which is what? This type of pattern over here, forming over here, right? Inside this zone, buy. Once I see my wedge forming inside the zone like this this is all that's what you need, right? So when you see this type of move, you open a buy. So you open your buy, and where is the target? Stop loss beneath what? The breakout, the wedge breakout. And where is the target? You can choose to what? Measure the range from here to here, and then put it what? After this breakout, you put it like this, which means that what? Your target is the high of that range. You see, the target is the high of that range. But knowing that this is like almost 600 pip, it does not mean that instantly then the price will just, you know, run, buy. No, it means that in this 600 pips, several times we are going to see selling pressure coming. Several times you are going to see selling pressure coming. Several times. But eventually, it is going to what? End up what? Going up. You see. So these things makes the trading, or when we say somebody is a pure price action trader, this is what it means. Basic things, basic things. That is why you will not see my chart. Here I'm writing uh this year is liquidity, this one is this one is, then you just see simple lines on my chart. If you take all my charts, you will not see any. I am just trading like the basic of basic things. You see, the basic of basic things. You will not see any, if you take my chart, the basic of basic things. So that is pure price action. Okay, so currently, you see, so right now we are in the 70. So this is where we can try to open some quick buys on gold right now just because of the zone, right? Just because of the zone. So I mean buys. You see, quick quick buys, and these ones we don't waste time, right? Quick buys, TP to maybe 75, TP 75, quick buys, it's just one of those things. And if you open quick buy 30 pips, quick buy 30 pips, you know, and that 30 pips is, depending on your lot size, it's a lot of money, you know. So it's just one of those things. So I've made 30 pips. Let me see. So TP 75, then you can quickly like sort of exit, because this type of things is not like any proper way of trading. Because if I want to wait for proper way of trading, I should be waiting for some of these lows before I open a trade, you know. So this is how you sort of like try to scalp range kind of a thing, right? So I've opened my buyer, TP just 75, 40 pips. Then you quickly exit. 71. Today I'll try and open a lot of aggressive trades to get something because uh, then the appropriate buy, like I said, this gold right now, all this trying to open buys within this small range here, you are going to be very fast. That is what you call scalping. When you open the trade, you are not expecting to make 3,000 pips, no, 50 pips. Um, yo, Sam Charlie, I do 50 pips, and then you are good to go. They can break me, no, they'll never will. Straight crown on my head, I'm made of steel. Today, this month, that the market is crazily ranging, you see. So with this, the appropriate buy for this trade should be the 55 zone. That is, or a break above this level. You know, anything within this, like if you go to the 5 minutes, anything within this level is just scalping. You just have to like enter very quick and get out, enter very quick and get out, enter very quick, because at any point in time we can just have, you know, the way gold moves, we can just have those crazy sells, like massive sell back to this zone before it will buy again. So if you are trying to like hijack this small range over here, you you enter, you get out, you enter, you get out, you know. So they can break me, no, they'll never. Straight ground my head. I'm trying to find how to reply, like if I am on the live, if maybe someone um comment, like I'm trying to find how to reply that particular comment, like it will highlight and you reply, but I don't know how it is being done, because if I do art, it's not really uh doing. So here, if you open that quick buy from here without any confirmation, we are like almost 30 pips in profit. So when it hits 75, you quickly close your trade. Why? Because this one, so it's like we've risked like 25 pips for 50 pips. That is still like, if you are doing risk to reward, then that is still 1:2, because 25 pips, for this this one grant, it was because I was not paying attention, and I would have entered right on the 70. All right. So, oh, Charlie, this thing way. Um, so that is simply first TP already. So 50 pips. All right. So easy 50 pips. TP hit 75. So, some of these things, some of like this gold scalping thing is some way. For me, let me see. Okay, so today we just did 80 pips. So it tells me that what we can easily buy again today to maybe the 3,400, because you know, but that will be until we see any proper breakout of this area, proper breakouts from, some rejections from here, then we open the buy to that level. Either than that, you know, just here. But I would love it if we can tap, because since we missed this one, I would love it if we can tap here once again, so that when we get a buy, we can get a lot of pips. You know, we can get a lot of pips. If not, within this range here, within this range. So unless you're using 3 minutes or 1 minute, then over here you can try to, because this 80 zone is a very strong resistance, right? On a higher time frame, on the 4 hour, this is what we have. We are still trading below this level. So the only free range is here. So if you want to easily, or you don't want to stress, then your buy should be above what that level, so that you can get this move, right? And this level is a round number, which is like 3,400, which means that since it's a round area, when maybe gold during the news time or something, you're not going to, possibly maybe you're not going to see, because this is just like a 270 pip uh, level, and for gold, these 270 pips within 15 minutes it can hit, you see, because gold, the 4 hour candle has closed on this chart, and we could see that even this 4 hour closed bearish, and then we are still beneath here. So here we can be here for a very long time until we see a drop for a buy, or a break retest, then we fly, you know. So the detailed analysis that I did the other time is just simple. This is it. 3,440 area. 3 to 60. And then what did we have after we had this change of character over here? Those that, this downtrend, because there this change of character over here, you could see this was the setup I posted last week, where we had this was what I posted last week. This, we had this, and then we had this last 2 weeks or so. This was what I posted on the 15th. I gave 3315 on this live, right? But I know a lot of people did not take. Then we had this move. After this breakout, I said what the target is definitely this zone, right? And after that, after this breakout, the same thing, the same pattern, break, form a wedge, right? And look at what happened during the news, which means that the buy that we opened over here, even if we were not to be day trading and we decided to swing trade after this breakout, we would have what hold our trade. And where is TP? TP is here, and then we are still some few pips shy of that level. So now that we've missed, or let's say you've missed all this nice move, you are now looking for a trade. Then the only sensible technical trade is here. And this zone, yesterday, we were live, and I say that we are going to buy at 3350, 3345. We waited the whole day and it did not tap. And during the Asian session, it tapped, and then what? It moved, right? Which means that if anybody that was active, on the chart, grinding that time, would have gotten this by 350 pips. You see. So now that we've missed this one during the Asian session and our target has not been hit, then how are we going to try to see if we are going to get a trade? So technically, all these things here, there's nothing, right? So now, since we want to still, find some hard things and still do some things so that we can get some trades, then the ideal place to even try opening any buy should be what? If we are able to tap this zone once again, then we open the buy. Either than that, by now we should just be saying that what we don't really have any trade on gold, but we still want to trade. So if I still want to trade, then with this I can try and go to maybe 15 minutes to see if I can find something on the 15 minutes, right? And on the 15 minutes, from current price to here is like 270 pips. So I want to try and see if I can get something small from that 270 pips. And over here too, all that we could see here is that what after this level, this is all that we have. So which means that even on the 15 minutes, if I want to open anything, I can only wait for a proper close above 3380. Then when I close above 3380, then I can look for those 5 minute, 3 minute entries and get some small pips out of this. Or the best thing to do is to just wait for our level, then we can easily open our buy like this. Easy. So with this, for gold, we can literally say that what we don't have anything. And the way the market is moving these days, it is just giving like one time move, which means that the whole of today, the price can just be here. So, and when all of us, maybe I am off or everybody is now frustrated and out of the market, then you're just going to see either one sharp drop, or from wherever that the price will be, you will come tomorrow and you see one time move, then you've missed that one too again. You see, so it's just one of those things. Gold price action is simple, but if you complicate it, that is when you think that trading gold is difficult. Trading gold is not difficult, you see. So with this this is like a pure, analysis. With this, all I can say is that what I am waiting for the retest of this level once again for us to get some reactions. If it fails to come here, then I have to now go and look for an entry above 3380 to see if I can get the buy. Either than that, gold is not in anywhere to be looking for any trade, like any sensible, no technical or anything, except you are yourself, you are doing some liquidity and some whatever, 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 whatever. That is the only time, you know. And here now, to if I want to try sales, I'll only try a sell around 3,400. This is the only area I'll try a sell. Either than that, anything over here, I'll just look for buying. Easy. So good. But we've already made 50 pips. We made 50 pips just on this one candle, right? I opened a trade at 71, and then we went to 74 and I closed the trade. So like 40 pips or so, you know. So over here, several times I can try to do that buying and closing, buying and closing, buying and closing thing, but it's just stress, you know. So in all this, nothing really on the 5 minutes. So several times you can try to open some fast buys, some things like this. They can't break me, no, you never will. Street crown on my head, I'm made of steel. Oh, for Goldie. They can't break me, no, they'll never will. Street crown on my head, I'm made of steel. So let me just do one setup and then we wait. My breath. They can't break me, no, they'll never will. The crown on my head, I'm lifting. Oh, there's nothing really, 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 really. US oil, yeah. For US oil, I'm looking for only sales. USD. So that this is it. We've already so like 65. But then now, if you want to swing trade US oil, right? On the chart, for me personally, for me personally, the only thing I am waiting for is what oil prices should push up a little, maybe to this $70 per barrel or $75 per barrel. Then I'll open what a sell, right? That is if you want to swing trade. But if you want to maybe scalp or day trade, then within this year you could see that over here there is no, like, we don't really have any uh major move happening within here for a very long time. We've just been here. So if I want to look for maybe a day trade or something, then this was the level that I was having, right? After this move, I was having, you know, an extension into this zone for the sell. But we could see that we couldn't really reach here, and then we are seeing this drop. That is for day trading or whatever. For day trading purposes, I would love to see that what price should push up once again, around this zone, 66.5 or 66. Then what? We go in for a major sell. Either than that, oil, you cannot, don't buy oil. Oil is not, you know, you can't buy oil. You can only sell oil, right? You can only sell oil because some of these lows will be hit again. This 55, this level will retest these lows again, right? We have all this move to drop, but for you to get it, it's either you allow the price to, buyers should try and push the price up, and around this 70, area, we will definitely see sell pressure dropping all the way down. You see, so that is all on US oil. US oil, just look for sales. There's no trade currently on US oil, right? This zone, this zone, this 700 pips zone, the only way you can get it on a 15 minutes, the appropriate level is around, let me put it on a 30 minutes, is what I have over here. And we've not, gotten to that level yet. So when we get to this 66, 65, sorry, 66 here, 66.5 area, then we can open a very beautiful sell on US oil. So that is US oil for us. We are in a no trade area, right? So US oil, we should move to this 66.5. then we sell 66.5, some of these previous highs, previous highs. Then we can now, comfortably start looking for selling opportunities. I have this, you know, for here, there is nothing to do. Because even right now, if you want to open an aggressive sell, right, based off this level, right, based off, because this, when you check critically, this was what, a range, right? And then what happened? We had a news that led to the break of this range, and then we quickly got a correction. Why? Because this breakout was because of news, and we quickly had our correction. And what happened? We've been what, struggling here for a very long time. We broke back into the same range, right? And then several times we are testing what, the high of this range several times, right? So over here, the preferred sell zone should be if we can extend where it looks like we are breaking out of the zone, and then it will drop back. Another way you can open a sell using is this, you know. So when you have, I will not really consider this as a break because we are still in this, zone. Unless you are willing to put your stop loss all the way at what, something like this, which means that even if you choose to open a sell on oil right now, then your stop loss is going to be what, all the way above what, 600, which is like almost 300 pips. And this will depend on your account size. If your account size can handle 300 pips, then you can easily open sell right now. But other than that, we wait to see, more upside. Then here we open our sell. You see. So US oil, just wait. US oil, just wait. The overall target is 55 once again, but it is going to take time. It is going to take time. So US oil, we just have to wait. We can open sell right now, but for us to be right, our stop loss needs to be all the way above 66. That will be the only way we can be right on US oil. So even if you choose to open sales right now, then you should open sell right now with this stop loss and this target. Either than that, sell. So go to, let's just wait. Right. I am not going to open any sell. Like by now, I know some people, like, depending on whatever you are trading, people have opened sales around this zone, and then they're expecting maybe something like this or something like this. This is what some people are expecting to happen. But me, I am only waiting for two simple things: break above this level, then we'll look for aggressive buy to 3,400, or tap the 3-5 once again for us to open what, a buy back to what, the 3,750, 250 pips. Either than that, or you can say is that what, here, within here is a no trading zone. This, within this is a no trading zone. We don't open any trade here, right? So target is 3,400 or 3,300, and we need a catalyst to push the price like that. On a 15-minute no trade zone, right? We can several times, but even within this no trade zone, several times you can scalp. If you see, several times you can try to be jumping into sales. Sorry, buy several times. Only buy, no sales. So now, yeah, on the 3 minutes, if you want to be scalping on the 3 minutes, here, when the price tap 70.69, you quickly open some buys. And when you open buy, what is your TP? 75, just 50 pips. And what is your stop loss? Just what? 20 pips. But this 3 minutes range, several times, it can easily stop you out and fly back. Easily stop you out and fly back. So the appropriate level is to what? Wait for what? Our zone to be tapped for us to buy. So the first buy that we tried over here, 50 pips, we've closed the trade, right? Now here, even if you choose to open sells, because maybe whatever strategy you are trading says you should sell, and you choose to open sell, the stop loss is supposed to be all the way above what, 87. Then you can be targeting this, something like this, if you choose to sell. But I am not selling. Or you wait for when we have a proper break below this level, then you open aggressive sell, stop loss like this, target like this. But I am not looking for sales. So since I'm not looking for sales, it means that I am not going to be um, moved by this. All that I am waiting is buy. So if it comes, we buy. If it doesn't, no problem. Where is the next if it doesn't? And all of a sudden, price decide to start buying, breakout. When we break out of this 780, get some rejections on the 780, this is a short trade that what we are going to hit 3,400. Another thing to take into perspective is the fact that, like I said, I've been saying from the beginning that this monthly candle right now, we are supposed to see like another bearish candle, right? But due to the news that we had these past 2 weeks, we saw a lot of what, buying pressure, right? So unless another news comes for us to see another crazy buy, we are going to have what? Some pullbacks. And some of these pullbacks, 3350, 3345, this area will be where buyers will be interested in opening buy again, right? So that is our buy zone. We can only wait for us to tap this level. So for me not to really stress, I'll have to put it back again. Just like yesterday, waiting for 3350, 3345 for buys, right? That is all I'm waiting for. But if I don't want to wait, then as we are here right now, if I see any, on the 3 minutes, you see, then here is where I'll try to open aggressive buy. But here you could see if we are able to break this level, this is a clean range, right? So anybody who opens sells like maybe during the Asian session around this 3385, or during like Asian session around this 3380 zones, the person can choose to hold their sell trade to see if we can drop back to this level. Either than that, there is nothing to be done. And may Scooty thoughts. They can break me, no, they'll never will. Straight around in my head. Today I've discussed let's go. They can't break me, they'll never will.
Music
So let's see
licensing
if we can
reimagined.
tap into this zone and get some Once my subscriber growth
Artlist
is
IO.
is 1K. So if you are new to the channel, or if you are just coming across my life, please subscribe, turn on post notification.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist IO. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist IO. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist IO. Music licensing. Artlist.io.
They can't break me.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. 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 Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io.
Oh, so on gold, there's no volume, right? Now, the only thing I am expecting now, because of this low volume, is if the price can, push back to this 68, 67 once again, then I'll try and open some buys from this zone again, because it looks like we might just be trading within this range for probably the whole day, or maybe we come once again, then maybe finally break out, and then we continue to go higher. Another way will be if we are able to see you know a full breakout like this, then maybe we get some corrections, then we take a buy to 3,400 and 3,300. So there's nothing, uh, as it stands right now. You could see here that this level is still holding very strong. Based of this trend line, we are still holding. Since yesterday, we've just been trading here. So we need some catalyst to either push or drop, and that will be news. If we get news coming in, we can push to the 3,400. If I want to start looking for sales, at least around this 3,400, 410 area, before I will sort of like try to look for maybe sell setups. Other than that, all I'll do is wait for buy, buy setup. So, yep. So here, let's see. We are now beginning to see some small drops. So maybe on the 3 minutes time, we can, since we are beginning to have here as a range, then we can try and trade this range and see. So if the price is able to drop back to this 68, I'll try and open some buys back to the 78 thereabout on the 3 minute time frame, unless we have some maybe um massive sell that sort of just take out this level, then I won't open any sell. I won't open any trade, then I'll just wait for my zone. But other than that, you know we can just keep trading here for the whole day. So let's see if we can get some buys, some 50 pips, 70 pips, 80 pips, because this is like a 90 pip, 100 pip range. So let's see. So buy at 68 thereabout. Let's I'll open some buys over here and then wait and see how the market's food. The 4 hour candle on currency pairs are about to close, so focus on good for just let's see.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
So yeah, impulse buy means we will not see any confirmation, like, because this range is so small, right? So either 1 minute confirmation or 3 minute confirmation, then we can enter, or no confirmation. Once the price tap here, then you just open some buys, because either than that, we will just sit here the whole day and we might not get anything to trade. This range is just 80 pips, so it's not like any, but below here, 60, 68, 68. Yeah, then over here we can 68, 65, not 66, 68, 65. Yeah. So, oh, let's see if we can tap 68, or you can just set buy limit at 68, and then let's see. You see, it has even reversed already. This zone there, but the best buy zone is this. This is the best buy zone, 50.45. Over here, over this impulsive buy, we can easily hit stop loss. But since the whole day we are just ranging here, we will just try some buy, because uh, let's get something. Let's try and get something. 71. So definitely that 68 will definitely be hit. Then we just open some buys over there using the 1 minute. So let's see. Using the 3 minute time frame here, let's see if we can get some. Maybe we get, you know, some few pips out of this zone. 70, you know. See if we can get something today. So buy limit at 68, and let's see. We've not been tapped yet, so I have a sell limit, buy limit at 68 exactly. So let's see if we will be tapped. If we are tapped, fine. This is like 100 pip range, so this is still 1:2, so not bad. Just, just we can have we can have you know, this time around, maybe if we come the another, if we are able to come to this 3380, maybe since we are entering into the New York section, we can sort of break this level now. Either than that, the whole day we'll just be seeing this, you know, up and down. So let's pray for this one to be tapped. 68, then maybe we can. So a better trade is to wait for this better better setups will be this buy over here, but the way the market is slow, I doubt we will tap here, but let's see. 12:30 we had news that did nothing. So now the next news is 2, possibly it will also not end up doing anything. So on 5 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes time frame here, this 68 will be okay because thing is just very simple. This one, because we are just ranging, so we are not really getting any proper move. So this we are just trying to see if we can get, some of this range, because this was in the morning almost 100 pips, then it came back another 100 pips, and it is coming back. So if you are able to tap inside again, maybe we'll get some another 100 pips. Either than that, can't do anything. So let's wait and see if we'll be tapped or we will not be tapped. So buy limits at 68, 65, within that zone.
Music
We
licensing
can
reimagined.
buy, and then it is not an A. It is not. It is not an A setup. Let's see.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
We can actually price can the price can easily come to our proper buy zone before, but that will have to take some time. So when you're going to take this 3 minutes setup here, if you're going to take this buy, so you don't risk heavy, maybe because it's not like a strong uh, area to be buying compared to the major area, but this one there is a strong area to be buying. But here it's just that we've been sitting here for almost how many hours now and no trade, so I'm trying to force a trade, which is a bad thing to do. No, market is slow. Nothing. Nothing.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.
68. The 68 did not get hit. So you can delete your limit order because let's delete the order because it did not get to that level. It just reversed from the 70. So this is out. Maybe if it comes again, fine, but either than that, it's nothing. Code is messing up. Code is messing up.
Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Music licensing. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
So if you are new to the channel, please like, subscribe, and turn on post notification. What is happening? So gold has refused to tap into my limit order. I have a buy limit at 68, and two consecutive time it came close 70 and I missed all this buy. So I we are still here. Nothing has changed, right? Nothing has changed. We are still here until we see a complete break of this level several times. We can see sales several times on the lower time frame here. So it looks like for the whole day we are going to trade within this range. So this is order we are doing. This is order we are seeing the whole day. So um nothing. So let's subscribe, turn on post notification, like, share the live, and let's see how the day will go. Let's look at some currency pairs. GBP AUD still here. Let's see. GBP NZD, we are still in the wedge. GBP card, we are still in this range. And GBP, Swiss francs, we are here doing nothing. You know, we are just here. So, um, so all this news, we couldn't get um anything from all this news, you know. So tomorrow, which is Wednesday, 1:30, we have AD. So tomorrow is CPI, and then 2.1. That means that GBP AUD can sell all the way down. Nice. So let's see. So nothing has changed on gold. Here, if you want to try a sell trade, you can open a sell right now. Here, like this, stop loss above the today's high, and then TP at 70. But for me, I'm not looking for any sell trade, so I'll still wait for the same, you know, zone to see if we can, you know, come back to this 60, 68, 68, 65. Let me 68, 65. Sorry. SL 59. So one more last drop. Let's see if we can have one more drop before the day ends. Simply something like this. Let's see. So my buy at 72 should have held. So 29, continue 50 pips. So Yeah, yeah, I can.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Music license. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io.
Right, guys. So we will have to end our stream today. Um, so we couldn't get entry from the 68. We missed by 20 pips, and then our uh first TP, we're already here. So let's see what tomorrow can give us. Maybe now around this 80, then we head to 3,400. But what I'll do is to just uh over here, we still on a higher time frame, which is the 4 hour. We still haven't closed above, so we still have like 1 hour for this candle to close. So this could literally close back inside the range again, right? We can literally close back inside this same range that we've been in today. So that is all for the day. I'll end my stream. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, tomorrow we get a good entry or um good setup. I was not with a chart like we could have taken an impulse buy from this one, and so the whole of today we made only 50 pips, which is not bad. So we can still come back tomorrow for more. Peace out.